Alright, let's see. Cool. See if everything's set up. We'll need some better music for doing some map scripting. What's it gonna be today? Where's the happy, calm elevator music? Let's close this. Add to playlist. Now we need to get to the one that we were looking at. It was called Goldilocks, I believe. Do we have it here? Oh, what was it called? No. DD3. There we go. Delicious. Yeah, that makes more sense. Alright. Now we just have to find a bug generation. Hello, hello. So, let's take a look at this. So the forest is sometimes in the wrong place, is I think what I'm trying to solve on this map. Three isolated biomes, 2 villagers in each. It's a 3v3. Neutral region sometimes generates in the biomes. Alright, so first we need a 3v3. I actually have a scenario for that. I just made some recently. There we go. Also, we should open the script. It's this one. Yeah. We'll do... And it should have the team set up. Not that the teams matter on a Nomad setup, but... So I think what is meant is, for example, this issue happening right there. Likely. Why is that happening on a map like this? So let's generate a couple more and take a look. And here we have another bite out of it, and here once again a circle like that. Alright, so let's see if we can fix that or figure out what's happening. So I would say we need to take a look at the player generation section. Let's just remove everything past that and see what the map looks like then. Okay, so the holes are already there at the beginning. That is good to know. And I think let's see what's happening here. I think I already know the issue. We're creating player lands made of jungle grass. Now I bet you these are the player lands. 3 players, 1, 2, 3, something like that. I think it's the player lands creating a hole there and the forest is avoiding that. So if I were to do something like... We should be able to confirm this pretty easily. If we go to objects, and just go to the beginning of objects, create object, town center, set place for every player, find closest, that should do the trick. We can think about how that's happening afterwards. I think the trees might not form a border, and the players' villagers, if you don't specify a distance, don't necessarily have to spawn close to their actual land. In general, player objects don't actually have to be close to their land if you don't specify a distance. Alright, so we see it. There's a TC there in the hole. Let's get another map where we have this hole happening. Yeah, so these are the player lands. effectively, it's like a standard nomad. The player lands don't really serve any purpose except to spawn the players. That's what normal nomad does as well. Well, everything else is neutral lands, but the players actually end up on them. So, having figured that out, we now need to move these somewhere else. So that, we can remove that again. That was just for testing purposes. And let's take a look at what's being generated here. Again, we'll just seed it. Alright, so we have our holes there. That's where the players are, but we don't want the ovals. Exactly. We don't want the players in the ovals. So I'm guessing these are the players. I'm guessing this is a snow forest oval. There's our snow forest. So it's essentially with borders, this is one snow forest is being created there, and then in the terrain section it's being replaced except for the edge of it. So as such, this is fine. Mediterranean forest is the middle one. Yeah, there's that oval. And palm forest there. It's just being created with the borders. And then the water is being created at the edge. And then some of this stuff here actually creates the thing. So the problem is that the player lands are being inconvenient. We don't want the player lands where they are. We want them somewhere where they don't interfere. So if I say put the player lands there, that should solve the issue. To do that, no, he is not. I mean, you can see it. You can see it over there. He's using direct placement. No. I think that's what we need here. Is basically we're creating player lands. They have 1% blah blah blah. We don't want them there. We want them. Alright, we in fact don't care about the border fuzziness, other zone distance. How do we cleverly do this? Yeah, although not necessarily. Watch this. So we're gonna say, let's say top border 90. We're gonna stuff the lands into the corner. Bottom border 0. Right border 90. Left border 0. Now our holes our players should be down there. We can't see it because I commented out the rest of the script. But if we do that, still same seed. We should have a couple TCs. Oh, I got rid of the TC code. That's silly of me. We're gonna want that again. Or something. Create object. Outpost. Find closest. Set place for every player. Something like that. It is a nomad start. Even a nomad start has player lands on it. The official nomad does that too, except you're only using the player lands so that you can use set place for every player. So essentially I've stuffed all the player lands in the corner. And the villagers are just spawning because of the terrain that they're on. So I think that essentially solves it, right? Yeah. You need player lands for that reason. Actually, if we look at Nomad, I have the official map folder here. If we look at Nomad, it also creates player lands. In fact, the only thing it does is create player lands. It's just that when you place the players, you don't place them close to the center of their land. They can essentially be anywhere on it. Yeah, that's a fair consideration. I was thinking about that too. Let's try tiny. I'd say that's surprisingly okay. I mean, there's a tiny divot here. And there are no forests and hills, of course, but the player lands have to be somewhere. You could put them here. Maybe the middle would be the proper place to put them. Just to make it a bit more symmetrical. So instead of right 90, we do like right 45, left 45, something like that. Yeah. Yes, exactly. Both of that. Because this is placed as shallow water and then the deep water is on top of it. True, actually, you could just place the player lands as in the water. I don't know if that would mess up the player spawns. If they were... That's actually a fair point. Let's experiment a bit more. If we said that they were DLC new shallow, and then instead of 90 here, we put them at the top of the map. As long as the map is always the same orientation. I'm only finding closest to see where the lands are. Well, that kind of interferes with what... No, let's not do that. That's silly. No, because it's blocking the other land that's actually there. We'll just... I think this is a good fix. I think this does the trick. Yeah. Orientation. I think we can live with this. Let me... So I would say that's done. I'll send it when I'm done on the stream. I'll send it back. If Danger Duck comes online, I can show him what I did. The map is just static, though. Personally, I don't try to not make maps usually that are this static. But so it is. Now, I had a couple other projects I was going to do. Let's take a look. I think the first thing is to make the islands map that I was going to do. So for that we need islands, or team islands. Let's get team islands and normal islands as well. Then we want something to copy it from. Let's call it, what did I call it? Let's grab that script as well. And then we're gonna open up... There we go. New map. And what are we gonna copy into it? We need a land generation. Resource islands. Yeah, let's just start with something like this. I don't want the BR set up. We want... What's 2v2? Alright, let's see. This was going to be this one. Okay, did I not save changes? Oh, Voda doesn't work if I delete that. Yeah, and layer A can just be grass. We're gonna try to get the same amount of forest on all the islands though, so we'll have to do a bit more. This is essentially the default island script. Alright, let's see if we can prevent lakes. Base size 14, I approve of that. We're even going to raise it, I think, to 15. Borders can be what they are. Let's just do a bit of formatting. But if we want to make each land separate, we can directly get into, or if we want to get each land to have its special forests, we're going to get directly into that next, I'd say. Borders of 7, that does. We don't care about Battle Royale. We do border fuzziness. Circle radius 34, we'll give it a variance of 1. Other zone avoidance distance is fine, we want that. There we go, something like this. And border fuzziness, I feel like we barely need something like that, but you never know. Yeah, let's just want it to be other zone avoidance distance of 9. Alright, so if we do that, cool. We still sometimes get these little lakes in the middle. What can we do about this? If we change the clumping factor, clumping factor. Now, off the top of my head, I'd do something like 40, but I think I better check. This is why I have a guide, so that I can check stuff. Let's do 25 to start with. Just try that. See if we still end up with lakes in there. I feel like we do. Not as often, though. This is a map that I'm going to make. Because, well. Yes, I am. I was going to make 5, but I'm not sure. I think I'm going to have to use some of my old ones because I don't think I have time to make that many. But I have 3 ideas I'm going to do. Now this is a relatively simple one. It's what I did earlier, a water map with docks, except here I'm going to try to make it fairer than that one. Let's see, I wanted to look at clumping factor. Oh god, there are too many attributes these days for stuff. Clumping factor. Useful range 0 to 40. High values create lands that extend in one direction. 11 to 40 create rounder lands. Perfect. 25 is what we want. Yeah. No worries. 40? I don't know. We can try 40. Let's just quickly look at that, and then I'm gonna show off what we managed to fix on the other map. So 40 is pretty blocky. And if we did like 11... What's the default value for that? Default is 8. Yeah, I think 25 looks good. Just purely spitballing. However, we are actually going to take a brief interlude to show what we fixed here. So, basically the issue was... I'll show it again. The issue was the player lands. when there were these forests happening in here, that's because a player land was spawning in one of these places, right? And because you are spawning player lands, you need them to place your villagers. However, that then interferes with the other land that was around there. So what I did, well, I put the outposts there so I could see where they were. Those outposts are just the closest spot to the center of each player's land. And then basically the easiest solution, in my opinion, is just to move the player land somewhere where they don't cause problems. Into the corner, somewhere in the middle, something like that. Because you do need them, you do need the player lands, but you don't want them where any of these terrains are in these biomes, because you don't know which biome each player is going to end up with, and each one's going to be a different one. You could directly place each player, just to have placed the lands. That works too. With direct placement, put them somewhere, but you can also I just squeeze them into this corner here. And that's it. That does the trick. And then we don't need the outposts anymore either. Basically what I did is I just commented out somewhere here to start out with. And then I looked and saw, okay, there seemed to be some holes. And then, yeah, I guessed that it could be the players, and it was. So there you go. The players do that. Actually, if you put it here, you can see it even more nicely. Yeah, if you did this. You basically, yeah, these were just always where the players were spawning. But if you force them to not spawn there, just somewhere else, then no holes, problem solved. Yeah, if you want I can send it to you, but it's not that hard. 2 trees and 1 tile. I did not notice that. I noticed the deer on the bushes. Alright. And back to what I was working on. Ha. You can do that. I didn't observe it. Oh, for the stragglers. But that's a good way to have more wood, I suppose. So if we want some perfect forests, I just need to copy some perfect forest codes from some other map that I did. What have we got on offer for that? Yeah, I mean, there are other things you can do. Effect amount is safe to use there. With, you can do like, you can just increase the amount of wood in all trees. Something like, oh my goodness. Or in certain trees, but Gaia set attribute, tree class, storage value. That makes all the trees have 500, for example, if you did something like that. Now I need another map. So let's open the containing folder for this one. Where would I have done perfect forests? I did them on the rivers map. Or on Namib, we can do that. Sort by. Yeah. In general, I try to keep the mechanics similar when possible. For that reason, there's an amazing amount of stuff you can do, but it's more accessible to players if the map is what they expect. Alright, something like player starting forests code. Let's copy that. And we're gonna need a terrain generation section for that. we're gonna want some placeholder terrains. We need a placeholder 1. Alright, that's something that's very cool. Now let's do something like that. We'll define a placeholder 1. Yes, it is. I've been wanting to work on a map, but I just haven't had time, so I thought I'd do it on stream to actually find myself time. So that works. To do starting forest. Now we have to think about how much would we want there. Let's compare it to islands. Create land, alright, it creates islands, creates a bunch of neutral lands, it creates a bunch of stuff. Say 6%, 15 clumps. With the spacing of 4. How many was 15 clumps? Number of tiles? Can I do just land percent? Let's try land percent. 4% is probably way too much. So to avoid player start areas, we need something like that. Yeah, that's way too much. Also, I still need to deal with these little pondies. If we did 1% of the map, can I realistically fit 1%? Alright. Yeah, glad I could help. 1%. Oh man, that's just... That seems like it's not very much wood. In reality... It probably is. Let's do like 12 clumps and reduce the spacing to 3. It's still, can we fit 2% in? Probably not. Oh yeah, 2%. Maybe we should do 2%. So each player gets 2% of the map's tiles worth of forest on their island. Then there's sort of the question of what terrain we want at the end. Desert? Not sure. Well, we can do desert for now. Something like that in terms of code. Just so it supports 8 players. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then we're gonna do it 2 more times as a backup. In case something goes wrong, to make sure that we really do end up with forests on each player's island. We can even do 4 backups. Something like that. Yeah, alright. So now I still don't quite like these lakes in here. We're gonna bump up the clumping factor, I think. Let's try 35. A lot of this is just sort of experimental, or sort of what feels right. That feels too high. 30. Oh, we're using a seed. Yeah, that doesn't work. It's still producing little lakes. I mean, if I did like a clumping factor of 1, just for comparison, we'd end up with Lake Central. If I did a clumping factor of like 90, that's just very blocky. I don't like that either. 30. We don't want to see the outline of the square bases ever. Cool. Alright, next thing we want to do we want hills? Who wants hills on their island map? Nobody. So we're not putting on hills. What else does islands do? Actually, let's just quickly load ports times 2. This is the concept I'm going for. Hills. You want hills. We could put hills on the water. Just there's not enough building space on a normal island map. Like, this is the map I made before, where you have these fancy neutral ports, but the problem is this wood on the outside. I'm just not sure that that's really a viable solution because it's too easy to deny with ships. You elevate the players. That's actually a fair point. That's a fair point. That's a fair point. And also that can look fine as well. If we do something like base elevation 1, and then we need an elevation generation section, which we can cannibalize from somewhere here. All right, let's take a look. Ooh. Now, what I could do is I could put some shallows there to be really mean and make it not wallable. Or we could do this differently, and the map's base terrain isn't water, but let's say DLC Beach 2. Something like that. I mean, that's actually, that's kind of the thought I had on that map. Was, alright, I had it more lined up for 1v1, but essentially that where's a dock? I need a dock. Give me a dock. That there would be room to dock behind the trees, and it would still be safe. And then you could, you know, wall off, not with a city wall, but you could wall off or put a gate there and have safe dock spots, there's still a little bit of room to move your ships around. And then the idea in the late game was that you could do something, you know, like put a keep on the water with, you know, all the extra damage that towers get against ships. But I think probably ships still dominate, and it would, it would still be, I don't know. I thought it was a fun idea. The map is in my map pack. This, or you know, you put your castle on the water to help protect it. Don't know. I don't know if it's viable. The idea with a few entrances is something I had, yeah. I wonder if diplomacy stays. Anyway, we don't want that. Let's try... And then we just put some water back. I actually consider that too, to have a sandbank or something, but the problem was, I think that I was doing some fancy stuff with terrains to... I'll show it in a second. DLC Beach 2. That. The problem... Alright, that's not quite what I wanted. We'll have to deal with that in a second. But since we're hopping between two maps here... I think I was doing some fancy magic with the terrain generation. Where I'm essentially trying to make this sort of the round central area that looks like a satellite. Oh, this is not the map that I have open. I need to have ports open for that. Anyway, it was tricky. Yeah, we'll deal with that in a second. I don't know, this map I made before, it's just I'm just not sure it's balanced enough for competitive. Was really my worry. I'm gonna make a couple water maps because I was looking at that pool and seeing that there are plenty of hybrid but not water maps. Where I was sort of using the shape of the mangrove to first each player gets a circle, and then it sort of extends out depending on how much space there is, but the problem is that leads to things that are... Well, for 1v1 it's sort of alright usually, but for more sizes it just doesn't work out so well. We'll deal with the elevated beaches. That should be easy. Yeah, I'm gonna keep working on my new plan here. So that should be relatively straightforward. All we need to do is do... Alright, let's get rid of that, and we're gonna say set flat terrain. Actually, no, we're gonna do height limits. We're gonna spell height correctly, and then it'll work. And this may or may not do the trick. Not. Alright. now we need to add set flat terrain only and spacing to other terrain types 1. That gets you some fat beaches. Can we make the beaches less fat? Surely, yes. If we don't have a beach at the top, but some sort of terrain that looks like a beach. Like instead of DLC Beach 2, what would we start the map as? Dirt. No, not dirt. We'll make it grass. We're not gonna make it grass. We're gonna make it snow, just so we can see what's happening. And then what we want to do is we want to replace the snow with that. And we'll get this work. We'll get this to work. Watch this. And then we need to put something on top of the snow. Let's say, there we put DLC Beach 2. I could do the non-navigable beach, but that might confuse people. Create water, base terrain, snow. So now we're going to create beach on the base terrain snow. We're going to make 9,320 clumps. We want that 1-1. We don't care about flat terrain or spacing. Let's see what that does. I'm just experimenting here. Alright, so that's just left us with snow and a bit of beach at the top. That is, in fact, not what I want. Hehehe. Let's try this a bit differently. Where you want to put this on 0, 0. Yeah, something like that. And the snow can then be whatever. That could actually be something that looks like a beach terrain. What do we have? We have so many nice terrains. What can we put there? I don't even know if this is going to be desert in the end. This is desert sand. Alright, how about if we had dirt there? Nah. Dirt. Mud? No, no, no. How about dirt 2? There we go. Instead of snow, we'll just replace all occurrences of snow with dirt 2. Ha! Well, dirt 2 just blends very differently. This is good that we did this. Blends very differently than snow. And the problem is the ships can still get up onto the hill. No, we do not want this. If we just don't create the beach. Let's try that. What happens if we just don't create the beach? Also, elevation generation needs to happen before terrain generation. Or does happen. I think that's the effect we want, kind of. And then we could even make this dirt like non-navigable or something, but I think if you do it like this, Yeah, that does the trick. And then you can still dock it. Now the other problem if we do this... Yeah, of course. It'll happen before, that's why. I mean, this does mean that we have little bays like that we filled up. I would say that's aesthetically fine looking. The issue now is that lands are closer together than they originally were. You have these really narrow passages, so we're going to have to do the other zone avoidance distance and up that. This gives, what this does do is it gives very rounded looking lands. The edges are no longer ragged if you do something like this. That's not necessarily a bad look though. Let's just see how many tiles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 as a spacing, I would argue. Or I would say. Let's try this again. Just to make sure the spacing is really appropriate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can test this. Let's test this. With, not with a galleon, something small. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So at its narrowest, it's 7. Let's try it again here. Yeah. And the original distance was 9. So yeah, because of the slope, we're actually losing quite a bit. So let's make this 13 so the passages are wider again. Now we should have passages that are at least 9 wide. Also, the thing with the map edge is another point. We're ending up closer to the map edge than originally planned. So let's bump this up. I'll bump it up like 1% for now. Let's bump it up. We don't want people to dock block. Bump it up more. Now the problem is that the lands are too big. Because we're constraining them more, we're not ending up with much water between them anymore. So now we need to take the land percent and lower that down a bit. Better, better, better. Something like that looks pretty good. We can do our galley test again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 galleys wide. And the edge of the map. Let's find the spot that looks like it's the narrowest. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is also 9. And now let's just put the same seed on islands and do some more measurements. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's actually only 7 at the narrowest. Let's see where 2 players are close to each other. That's real far apart. Let's try another generation. We did say islands uses 9. Oh, you lose a bit of the ragged edge feeling. This is true. And I think I'm alright with that. Hello, hello. Am I okay with that? I can actually do a bit more. We can copy this a couple more times. Then like these little bays will be filled in, at least a couple of them. And just put one of these. No, we're not going to do any at 9,320. We're all going to do one clump. So now this bay should be water. Yeah. Yeah. Alright, then we're going to plop some islands in the middle, I'd say. Just to house neutral relics and maybe some stone. So once again, we're going to look at our islands, which we're using for inspiration here. Now, islands has essentially two gold islands, one of them better than the other one, and one stone island. Ooh. Elections are always important high stakes days. So, okay, so if it's a tiny map, we're essentially only creating 2. And they're given some sort of fancy zones. Let's try something like that, but do our own thing with it. So instead of that, we would do create land, terrain, type, grass 2, land %1, that sounds good, yeah. Border fuzziness. Something like that will do. Are we gonna put these islands on a hill too? I don't think this thing is currently sand. Any other countries are gonna get involved. Let's try something like that. Then we're going to want a base size too. The default base size is kind of small, which is fine for us. Oh! We should use behavior version too. We should use behavior version too. We'll think about that in a second. Default is 3. We're going to use the default base size. 3. Something like that. We'll just do that. Land ID 2 zone 2. It can even be, it could even be 1. Something like that. And then the other land is exactly the same thing. So let's just create 2 of these. Let's try that. Yeah. We'll see how things are going there. I mean, currently, Russia's largely pulled out of everything near Kiev and is focusing on the east, but it's not over yet. Following it pretty closely. Let's see. So we've got 2 islands here. Oh, we were going to elevate these, weren't we? What if I gave them a base elevation as well? Now we're going to try something. Now we're going to do something that I didn't do before, but that I should do. Behavior version 1. The 0 is the default, isn't it? Did I use behavior version here even? I don't think I did. I didn't even do random placement on that one. Ha. Ha. Let's check. Behavior version was default is 0. Yeah. So if we do behavior version 1, something like that. Let's also grab a divider. And if we just do the same seed, what we should expect is that the lands get smaller. Considerably smaller. Yeah. So now we prop up their size somewhat. Or we look up exactly. To update an old map, you must increase number of tiles by 1 times. You must increase any sub 100 land percent by an amount that varies with map size. Well, we're not going to vary it with map size, but we are going to increase it. Better. I feel like the trees are sometimes... Let's make it 37%. Alright, we have some more questions here. If you wanted to connect the player lands without connecting the neutral lands, how would I do it? That is in fact easy, and that's going to be the concept for another map that I'm going to do after this. But you use the special trick. We could even do it here. We need a connection generation section. Connection generation. My final plan is to make islands with neutral docks, more or less. And to make it a bit nicer and more balanced, but basically that. Slightly different resource distribution, too. Let's do create, connect, all players. Actually, let's see. What was the question again? If you wanted to connect the player lands without connecting the neutral lands, then you just don't, instead of doing all lands, you just create connect player lands, except I didn't spell it right. All players land. There we go. Replace terrain water with shallow. Terrain size water 7 with a variance of 0. Bam. That's really easy because you have... Ha! It's not as easy. It's theoretically really easy, but now we have to think about how do we keep the shallows out of the center. Yeah, so now we have to think about, now we have to look at some things. Terrain cost. And the terrain cost of what we currently have in the center, grass 2, is going to be 0, which means the cost is infinite. That didn't help. So now we have to think a bit more. What we have to do is we have to make the terrain cost of water particularly high as well. Something like that. What we want is we want the connection to prefer going through land and not to prefer going through the middle at all. So we'd also add a high cost for beach, because that's basically the same as water. And since we're using dirt 2 just in this example, like that, we do something like this. There we go. It's so the fancy trick here, you have to play around with costs, but the main trick is that a connection with the terrain with a cost of 0 cannot be crossed as part of the connection. So that keeps the connection from trying to go onto the grass at all, because it's not allowed to. And at that point, we just have to make it cheaper for it to connect to the other lands rather than to the middle. And of course, you can, if you make the cost real high, then it might be more favorable to do this rather than have a connection here. So it's not. I think this will never connect to the middle if I've done a good job of it. However, it does create the banana shape, or a U shape, where we don't have this. Well, all the players are connected. Look, this player is connected by like this. That's because I made the cost real high. If we just chop off a couple 9s, maybe we can fix places, things like that. Alright, so we have this here. Let's just reduce the cost and see. It's not so straightforward at this point. So what else can we do here? We could make the whole middle a special terrain that it's not allowed to go across, but then how do we avoid having the special terrain here? So it gets tricky at this point. It's playing around with costs. But something like 9 would do the trick. And you could conceivably have this actually be a good map. Alright, more questions. Let's take a look. Scroll. Scroll. For nomad starts, how to keep villages apart. That's really hard. You can do temp and distance group placement to keep villagers from the same player apart, but to keep them from being close to villagers placed by other players, I don't have a good solution for that. Oh, maximum. No, there isn't. However, there is actually another solution. You can do something. We need an objects generation section. And we need a nomad map, but create no, objects generation. There's a solution for this. Yeah. Generation. There's not a real. You can use some actor areas. It's kind of complicated, but there's also perhaps an easy way to do this. If I spell generation wrong, there we go. Create object villager. Set place for every player. Place for every player. So we'll start by doing that. That should give each player 3 villagers. And they're just all over the place. We have a nomad map. Now, if we did something like that. Set loose grouping. If we did this. No, temp max distance group placement doesn't exist. Alright, set loose grouping didn't have anything. Let's try a number of groups 1. Set loose grouping, group placement, radius 5. Yes. However, we can also deal with that. So I think we might have to deal with that also to deal with what I'm trying to do here. So we just have to say number of objects. Objects 7 to override the default of 3. Now we have. Why do we have 2 groups for each player? That is something I'm wondering about. Yeah. So if you only want to have 1 villager, what you do is you do number of objects 1. I think you do the male and female villagers probably. You might have to do that because 1 defaults to 3. But you can play around with stuff like that. And then you could randomize whether it's male or female if you want. So if we get rid of... If we did something like that, does that... I don't know why I'm getting... Do I have a double player lens? Why am I getting 2 sets of villagers? Alright, find closest. Do I have some code sticking at the top that's... No, these aren't player lands. I'm not really sure why I'm getting duplicated villagers. Let's try this. That's a lot of villagers. It's making 3 groups of 3. So we want... Let's try 4. Some things are hard-coded like that. Oh boy, the villagers are multiplying. I think I shouldn't be using grouping. I think your best bet is to use something like a female villager or the male villager even, but not this. Or you can use a lumberjack or a builder. And there we go. That's... Alright, I guess groups aren't such a good idea. If we do that now... I don't know. I guess there isn't an easy solution to what you wanted to do after all. Bottom line there, to clump up your villagers. Yeah, I don't know. Tricky. Anyway. Let's create a town center. town center. Set place for every player. Find closest. There we go. It's real hard. You could place an actor area and try to put them all into it. Probably something like that. It's a bit tricky. Also, you'll notice here, actually, that we have this issue happening. So it is... all of this takes a fair bit of fine-tuning to get maps to do what you really want them to. Like, if I wanted to do this properly, what I'd do then is I'd say, alright, we need another land. We need a land that is medium water, med water. This is gonna go horribly wrong, but we're gonna do it anyway. We want a border fuzziness of 0. We don't care about avoidance distance. We want a base size of 0. This is gonna go horribly wrong, I can already tell. Villagers on Nomad are a real concern. I don't have a good solution for you there. That's what we're doing. It might not work because of the fancy stuff that I'm doing with the elevation here. Well, did I... oh, where did my borders go? Left border, right border, top border. These borders are not doing anything. Well, this is interesting. It's also not... that's actually doing some interesting stuff here, to be honest. On those edges. I kind of like that. That looks cool. Huh. Interesting. It's probably not dockable because it's so weirdly... yeah, well, it's not dockable because it's medium water, but... huh. It's doing some weird sloping all over the place. Why are they... not... adhering to the borders? Because I said the border fuzziness is 0 when the border fuzziness needs to be 100. Better. Still not good, but better. Like, there's a lot you can do. Honestly, this map is going to end up completely different than I had originally planned, just because we're messing around on stream so much, but... alright, so there we go. We have now secured our middle. Now the outside needs to be fixed. Do that. And now we have a weird ring of beach everywhere. Haha, we don't want that, do we? Yeah, I mean, you could do something like this. I'm not convinced it's worth the effort. I could just have the lands be closer to the middle. I think the right answer for this would be not worry about having the middle elevated, and then you put like a lake in the middle to start with, and then in the middle of that you put an island with terrain. And that would be easier to make it avoid make the shallows avoid that. We could even do that, honestly. Because this is interesting, but doesn't really do what we want it to. If I am fine with not having the middle ones elevated. Actually, let's think about, do I really want the shallows for an islands map? There is another option too, and that is to do connect all teams lands. Team lands? Teams land? Create connect. It's not all, it's just team lands. Teams lands. There we go. Then you always have allies connected. We still don't want it going towards the middle. No, I think I'm not going to have the connections. I think that's for a different map. We in fact do not need. Can we do anything fun with the connections that might not be expected? No. Let's just clean up a bit. There we go. It makes for entertaining games. It does make for entertaining games. I think this will do the trick. Well, let's do some more stuff. Let's say if instead of Palm Desert we just do... No, actually I don't know yet. Let's try. Let's focus on the objectives here. That is to make a bit of terrain stuff. So we've got all that. Let's add in some perfect water, and then we can make it imperfect water. It is nice when you have code that you can copy over from maps you've already made. Or we just leave... Honestly, I feel like the perfect looking water looks better, but what we're going to do is maybe make it get deeper a bit more slowly. Let's do like 2 and 3 on these last two. And we'll do 2 and 3 on these last two as well. Or if we do 2 and 4. Or is that too obvious what's happening if you do that? No, I think that's nice. Can we dock it? That's the next question. We should be able to, but just, yeah. Let's do something like that. Now, the other thing that we wanted to do is we wanted to put some docks in the corners. Now, let's just do a bit of a test. If we did something like create actor area Oh god, what's the syntax for this? We need an actor area, an area that we can act in. We need... Find closest, create actor area. X, Y, identifier, radius. Perfect. So we want create actor area 1, 1, 1, 1. Alright. Create object. Flag A. Set Gaia object only. Actor area to place in. Actor area to place in 1. See if we get a flag A in actor area 1. The extra relics will be in the middle. I have a different plan for the corners. There's our flag A. Alright, if I just made like more flags. Number of objects 90. I feel like this actor area is too big. So if we get an identifier was radius was the last value, wasn't it? I have a different plan for these corners. There we go. That's where I want it. Now instead of a flag A, we're gonna do... Now we can copy the stuff from the other map that I did. We want to have, from this Gaia island, just a dock. Okay, that's not so complicated. We don't need Namib right now. Just put a dock. We don't want 90, we want 1. Then we'll set Gaia object only, set Gaia unconvertible, set Gaia indestructible. No, it's make indestructible. There we go. And we need more code even for that. Ignore terrain restrictions. Sky object only. Alright. Now, why is it not working? If I create a sea tower, would that work? Sea tower works. The villager situation is real tricky. I don't have a fix for you there. I could investigate that, but it's not something I found a satisfactory solution for. You can make it so they don't have enough resources to build a town center at the start, so they have more time to bring their villagers together. The problem here is that ignore terrain restrictions isn't working because it only works when you're doing set place for every player or set place on specific land ID. So we need to do this differently. We need a placeholder object. Where I need somewhere where I have a dead fish trap spawning. Let's check over here. On-grid placeholder, that'll do the trick. That's plenty of time. That is plenty of time. Well, yes, of course. Let's see. On grid placeholder. Second. Object. Dock. Now, let's see if this works as expected. Yes. Now, I just want to do a couple tests in game. So we're gonna give elite cannon galleon, and I want trade cog. This should work. Let's just make sure it actually places the boats. No, it does not. Come on. Don't be like that. Alright. Do we have our ships? We do not. I said dirt. Why does that not? Why do I have grass now suddenly? Palm dirt. Oh, I see the issue. Palm dirt needs to be desert. Palm desert again. Palm desert. That's the problems with replace all. Replace all. Palm desert. And we're back again. Do we have our starting boats? No. Damn it. In that case, good thing I have my dead fish trap floating around. Second object, elite cannon galleon. Second object, trade cog. On grid placeholder. Actually, this is one where ignore terrain restrictions would work. Except it would place it then on the land terrain, which is not what I want. It would be another way to solve this issue. Why is this not working? Oh, come on. Okay. Ah, I see the issue. Yeah, okay. That's no good. We'll get rid of the placeholders again. What we need is ignore. This is a good lesson in the new stuff that you can do. Terrain restrictions. Oh god, ignore terrain restriction. What was it again? Something like that. Ignore. Ignore terrain restrictions. I'm just spelling restrictions wrong, I think. It's restrictions. Exactly. And I've shown that it works. I know that it works. It's just a matter of setting it up properly. Terrain to place on water. Alright, something like that. There we go. There are the starting boats. Now. No, actually, I don't want to save. Ah, good. You can also do another thing, too. Let's activate this one. Mines, post-imp, all of that. We don't want Sakatra, we don't want Regicide. There we go. That'll do. Ever wanted to see what a Mayan elite cannon galleon looks like? I don't think they get... Do they get elite cannon galleons? They shouldn't. As Mayans. Maybe. The Aztecs don't get cannon galleons at all. Alright, we've got our ships. I have a villager, perfect. I have a ridiculous amount of resources. Let's get both of these ships to the corner. Am I... So the first test is, can I attack this? That already doesn't look good. I can target it. I hope that I can't damage it. So why is it red? Why is it red? Alright, it looks like the AI captured it. So, what part of set Gaia unconvertible did I do wrong? Must be used after set Gaia object only. Done. Unrescuable status does not apply to second object. Okay. We're gonna be tricky here, aren't we? Alright. I will not be defeated so easily. Am I gonna be defeated so easily? Sea tower. This is... Yes. Yes, and this is why on the other map I actually have islands for Gaia. But the idea was that I would just make a really tiny dock here, but... So I could put a land in the corner. A water land. Is that the easiest solution? Maybe it is. With a bit of direct placement. We just do something like this. Create land. Terrain type. DLC. Water. It doesn't need to be that, but it's going to be that. It's going to be land percent 0. Base size 0. Doesn't have borders. I don't care about its ID or its elevation. Actually, I do care about its ID. It's going to be land ID 3. And what else am I going to do to this land? What else am I going to do to this land? It has base size of 0. I need a land position, right? Position. At least these is a percentage of the map width. I already don't like this solution. This isn't gonna work yet, is it? If we did something like that, and then instead of placing it in actor area 1, or we even do that, but we do ignore terrain restrictions. We don't do the second object. We don't do the sea tower after all. This is going to require a bit of magic. Actually, this is the right answer. That's the right answer, is to change the terrain ID of the dock. You're right. Rather than messing around with putting this in the corner. Let's just see, though, if what I'm doing here works. Place on specific. This isn't gonna work. But I just want to try it. Yeah, this is just scouting. Yeah, okay. Well, let's try the suggestion that we had, yeah. Like that. We don't put a thing in the corner. In the corner is what I did with the other map where I had whole bases there. It just takes up a lot of space too. But if we do effect, amount, Gaia, set, attribute, dock, ATTR, terrain. Is 0 gonna do the trick? Does that just let it be placed anywhere? Probably. I could give it the same terrain ID as fish, but it doesn't. For purposes of this, it doesn't matter. Let's see if this works. Like, I could try to make a little land there. Let's check what attribute terrain ID. There is also another option here. This could be that I need to do dock I. Let's see if that changes it. Otherwise, I need to make sure that I have the correct terrain ID. Yeah, that didn't help. Alright, Advanced Genie Editor, let's go. Advanced Genie Editor 3. Where is it? I need here, CMaps Common, that's the one. Tools, Builds. See, can I display Advanced Genie Editor on my Twitch here? Oh, I can. Let's go. Alright. I'm fine. What does the junk have as a terrain ID? Oh, goodness. Too much information. Dead unit. Placement terrain. 13 is water. What is 0? 0 is all. 0 should work. Set Gaia object only. Set Gaia unconvertible. Make indestructible. Do place in. Let's give it a 13 and see what happens. I will figure out a way to do this. If I have to resort to putting the little mountains in the corner with water flowing down, I will do that. Why? Alright. We need to go back into the main game so I can test more quickly and efficiently. Or into the editor, I mean. We're gonna hide Advanced Genie Editor for now. Boop. And we're gonna listen to some other music, I feel like. Are we actually cycling through tracks here? Oh, we are. Good. I did try 0. That was the first thing I tried. Except I'm missing dock. That's silly. Let's... I don't think it's still not working, though. I'm not sure why. I have to think about that. Zero would be any terrain. This is true. Hey, no excuses. The dock should spawn. I blame the dock. So we're gonna do this. We're gonna try another trick. We're gonna do this. We're gonna try my sea tower trick again. Sea tower. The sea tower spawns. Now we're gonna do Gaia upgrade unit, dock into sea tower. Or the other way around, I mean. Yes. No, it shouldn't. It's not hanging off the center of the map. I want it to be in precisely that tile. And I want that. The dock is 3x3. I want it to be with that tile centered. It could be something like that. You know what? We could actually test this. Should we? We could test your idea. Let's just try that. I don't think that's the issue, but it's easy. We just do that. 5-5. It should spawn there. It doesn't. It's some other thing is interfering. But we're gonna upgrade the sea tower. Effect amount Gaia. Upgrade unit. Gaia. I'm not versed. Actually, where have I upgraded Gaia things before? Gaia setting attributes. Where did I do something where I upgraded Gaia units? I need Danak here. There we go. Gaia upgrade unit. I spelled upgrade wrong. Must be that. Yeah. That's... Two-tailed dog party. Two-tailed distribution. Sea tower. This could work. And then do I need any other... And then we just put a 0 at the end. Let's try that. It's possible that the space is an issue, but I want tile perfect precision on this. I don't want it to lounge around. I want the radius to be small. I don't want it to lounge around where it shouldn't be. And that's not the issue either. So, and this upgrade didn't work. Hmm. Once I upgrade it into a sea tower, it doesn't want to do that anymore. Well, I won't be defeated so easily. Well, I tried a radius of 5, that didn't do the trick. What else can we try? Back to the idea of putting a land in the corner, honestly. Or I just create a land for Gaia somewhere. Or, okay, let's try something different. Let's just not make it a Gaia thing. Let's make it set place for every player. Will that work? What? 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 I don't want to know how many docks are sitting right there right now. I did set the coordinates to 5, 5, yes. I also tried a radius of 5. Alright, let's... If we just go back, you'll see that I did do that. I had a radius of 3, but that's big enough. So I think what's happening here is that it still has my upgrade from the sea tower into the dock. The set place for every player. Yeah, it's something with the actor area. Maybe that's the issue. Let's check for create actor area. Bug. Only objects with set place for every player can be placed in an actor area, and they will only be placed for player 1. So I have that bug written there. That is the issue right there. We'll see about that. It should be, because it's still a Gaia dock. I should read my own documentation more, is the moral of this story. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do... No, that's not the issue. Create actor area. You can only place player objects into create actor area. I'll copy this and show you. There we go. For player 1. There we go. That's the issue. But why is that an object? Actually, is that an issue? Then why do I have a Gaia object here? Oh no, avoid actor area is what I was doing. This is fine. We can just work with this. I believe this will work. Why am I placing a sea tower, though? Dock. If I place a dock, the dock places... The dock places... I don't know what's happening here. I might need to restart. But anyway, let's try something different. Or something additional. We want an actor area at... top of my head, a medium-sized map is like 144 or so. I need to check the map sizes. No. Medium is 168, so we want 167. Something like that. Alright. Actor area to place in 1. And how did that work? Hold on just a second, I have to say goodnight to my girlfriend. There you go. So you just needed to create an actor before it. I think this can work. We're gonna try. Alright, that didn't add a second one. Let's give that one an ID of 2. We'll figure this thing out. It's actor areas. Alright. I like that. I was hoping that you could have multiple actor areas, that I could have multiple actor areas with the same ID, but apparently not. This one's hanging off the edge of the map. I don't want that. This is why I wanted to use actor areas, because I can then make sure that they don't hang off the edge of the map. Perfect. The thing here too is I'm going to need to scale these for map size. That will be a fun exercise, although it's actually quite doable. Three, 4. I think this will do the trick. I just hope that they don't convert immediately to some player or something silly like that. But I think this will do the trick. Alright, let's go and test. Let's go and test this. And if this works, I'm still not entirely sure with the actor area stuff behind it, but it's actually good that I'm picking mines because I start with a villager then. I feel like we had this discussion as well. Oh, you added some fancy highlighting. How did that work? Explain to me how you get the nice highlighting there. There are no docks. God damn it. Oh, because I'm playing on Tiny. Is that the only issue? Otherwise, I might have to look at that code after all. CPP. I know the little brackets, I'm just surprised that the things are colored. Interesting. I like it. C++. All right. Well. We do not have docks. I think I know what the issue is for this as well. It's that the scenario editor didn't notice that I deleted the this thing up here. Effect mount Gaia upgrade C tower dock. Actually, it shouldn't be required. Actually, it should be. Should it be required? I'm doing set place for every player now, am I? Ignore terrain restrictions. Let's try that. I mean, it gets the comments, and it gets like the const and the if and the R&D. There we go, finally. That was way too much work. Let's make sure it works. Make sure I don't convert it and stuff like that. Give me a dock. Yeah. Alright, so task 1. Can I attack it? No. Good. Also, I didn't expect to because it automatically got the armor and the HP. Task 2. Can I deliver 37 gold to my freshly built dock? Yes. Alright, nice. Nice. Wait, why did it stop? Oh no, it didn't stop. Huh. Do ships always take so long to load their gold? Or is it just because I'm playing at 8 times speed? Let's see if I can micro this down. God, the reload speed on the cannon galleon. There we go. Anyway, I would say overall this is working. 37, I mean, what's the unit though? Like, pounds? Do the Dark Age docks don't have cranes, do they? Alright, so now that this works, we can do a bit of... Actually, we can do some more cleaning up. I have some code from the other map that I made. We're gonna do all of this to rename it into a port and to set its armor to the value that it actually is so it doesn't show plus. This stuff we don't need for now. And let's just add another AI. Another AI. We'll put them all on team 1, so I don't have to fight them. Metric tons. Well, the thing is, the metric system didn't exist back then. That was invented 17 or 1800s. Alright, so now, yeah, now it shows all this. Perfect. We might have to tweak the shape of these middle lands a bit. But overall, we are quickly getting to the look that I want. Let's see, how's my trade cog doing? Go faster. Zoom! It's still the Dark Age dock, actually. It's called a port now. I wonder if if there's a string for trading port. Let's just peer around in the game files to see if we can find a suitable string that's better. Resources, EN, strings, key value, strings, UTF-8, that's the one. Shergaff trade port. Count. No matches. Trade dock. No matches. Trading. Post. 10 matches. Is one of them, though, a single string? No, they're all campaign messages. Port will do the trick. Port will do the trick. Alright. What else? I would say we still have some time. We can beautify the map a bit. Nope, I don't want to be here. I want to be here. So... we're calling it Docklands. Yeah, we've got 4 players. Alright. Actually, before we do any beautifying, we still have some other stuff to fix. Namely, we need it to spawn 4 times. Something like that. They don't have a crane in the Dark Age dock, this is true. Now, we need to scale this for every map size, so that will always be the same. And then we do if medium map and if. Then we go, alright, if tiny map, else if small map, else if medium map, else if large map, else if huge map, else if gigantic map, else if ludicrous map. There was actually a discussion recently that might not have been the best idea to put just have it spelled improperly here, even though it was a shout out to a dev at Skybox, guy who probably implemented the map size. But still, it's probably not best practice to do that. Now I need some map size. Alright, tiny is 120 by 120. So plop, this should be relatively quick to do. We'll put in a bit of things there. So 120. So that should be 118. 118. Yeah. I mean, Chris Mornes, he did do a lot of stuff. Helped with the original Steam Workshop integration too. But it isn't the proper spelling. And it is the type of thing that, yeah, I don't know. It is what it is now. Let's make sure it's proper. Make sure I have this in the right positions for every size. Tiny. Looks good. Oh, tiny with... Alright, we should... Let's see, if we did 2 players on a tiny map, how does that look? Ah. That's gonna need a bit more work. Tiny like that isn't acceptable. We need to have some more code in here. If tiny map and if else let's do like that, and we'll just bump up the what happened there again? I think part of the problem is that these central islands I am not happy with the way this looks on Tiny. Also, dock blocking. This is a big no-no. Also, the elevation is the elevation too high? No, that just looks like it. But that, no. No, 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 no. We also need on tiny... I think these central islands are being too big on tiny. Even this is not acceptable. I can't allow dock blocking. Throw a million lands at it. Never. Base size might be too large. I did up the base size to 15, didn't I? Where does it say base size? I could cut it down to 14 again. No, something weird is happening. The player lands should not be that close. What the heck is happening there? Oh, it's the circle radius is messing up, isn't it? It's the circle radius. No? What the heck is happening? Players shouldn't end up this close. Random placement. Left border, right border. The heck? Something's weird. Time to do some bug fixing. That just doesn't make it look any better. Alright. So, why are the lands so close together? I don't understand. I don't understand. Left, right, bottom, top, bottom, tiny, else, and if. Something's weird. Players shouldn't be this close together. Alright, what else can I throw at the problem? Min placement. Distance. 25. Go. Don't think this will have any effect. No. What the heck? What the heck? If I just... Behavior version 0? Something's weird. No? That does what I'd expect it to. I'm open to suggestions here. Why are the players so close together? Zone 1. Why the heck are the players so close together? That should not happen. Yeah, that's true. No, this type of thing used to be, there used to be a legacy bug where players, if you didn't have the team positions enabled, players would be placed. You know what? Let's just give me some other map. Let's see if it's the same seed is problematic. It's fine there. Alright, I'm going to take a screenshot of this. I'm in the pre-update build. Tiny islands shouldn't be connected either. I dare say there's some sort of bug. Either with the editor right now. Maybe I didn't mess up though and put in direct placement or anything weird. Or what else could be wrong here? Must be if the update wasn't 2 GB to get the pre-update build, I would just check the seed in the main game now. What's going on here? Did I break something? Alright, I'm gonna restart the game. And we'll see if this is still an issue. If it is, I'm gonna report it as a bug. Because this is not acceptable for islands. Alright, let's just do that. The other stuff is cool. I'm not going to use any of it because I don't know when the update will actually come out. But I was testing it all in Nothing version 3 here. And you can essentially find closest to either the map edge or the map center. The beach stuff is sort of but being able to do the round placement is quite nice. You don't need any of the stuff. We'll see. We'll take a look at this. That sort of looked like a bug to me, though. I have a screenshot of it. We will see. Game should be launching any moment now. And round placement actor. I didn't actually test it. It's conceivable that this circle thing actually makes round placement actor areas too. I doubt it, but we can actually test that if we want to. First thing though is we test islands and see if it's broken. Unexpectedly, I quit the game normally. Bam. Yeah, this is true for you. I didn't test if it applies to actor areas. I assume it doesn't, but if someone was clever about it, then it would apply to everything in that create object statement. Or you could just use it in create actor area. It's similarly like the beach type thing could have been done more cleverly so it works in lands as well, but it doesn't. Alright, we're gonna go straight to islands. Because if that's an issue, if that's It might also just be a scenario editor thing, but then it's nothing I have to fix on my map, if it's just a map game issue. This looks fine. This looks fine. This looks fine. This looks fine. It could also be because I loaded in a 2v2 and then switched into a 1v1. There's also a thing here where I can't double click. Like if I click again, I have to click twice for this button to work again. It's generating pretty slowly, to be honest. But it doesn't look broken anymore. Alright. Maybe that's better this way. Let's see if my map works on Tiny. I mean, we're still too close to the edge of the map. I'm gonna have to make the base size a bit smaller on Tiny. Or just in general. We're gonna make it 14 after all. Then we're gonna try your actor area thing. Let's do something like that. Do a bit of scaling for map size. I don't quite like I think if we have Tiny, we're only gonna have one island. If Tiny map else. I think this might be a circle radius thing too. Let's give it a variance of 0. Let's try that. Still pretty close to the edge of the map. Yeah, I don't think there's that much more to do actually. And maybe I'll leave the polishing until afterwards. But let's take a quick look at the question that we had with the actor areas. To do that, we need an actor area, obviously. Let's just... Town center can give us, give us an actor area. Actor area 7. Door area radius 7. Then we're gonna do this, and we're gonna create 400 salmon. Actor area to place in. Actor area to place in 7. I am. Alright, just a second. I mean, testing. For a map like that, I don't feel I need to play test much. Most of the maps I make don't require much playtesting beyond, making sure that I can actually trade with the guy at dock. This actor area looks very square to me, unfortunately. However, we haven't added the set circular placement yet. Let's just add one in there, and we'll add one in there. Let's see what happens now. No change. But if we got rid of the actor area to place in thing, we would have a circle of salmon. Yeah, unfortunately the actor areas are still square. Actor areas are still square. Even if you use the circular placement. Alright. Back to our size scaling stuff. So on Tiny we have one island. Something like that. I think that can work. Let's compare it again to island. Although it's called, the islands map is called Islands. It has 2 real small ones. What are you asking about? There might be a Spirit of the Law video on that type of thing. I do not know the answer to that question. I don't know the answer to that question. I think it is. I think it is actually further away. I mean, you get more trade revenue if you trade across the diagonal. And that is based on distance, though. I assume it traveled. Actually, it's possible to test this. If we're feeling bored and we... Give me like a trade card. Just need to make sure that I don't win immediately. Or lose immediately. What's gonna happen here? Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, give me just a Chukonu somewhere. That'll solve the problem. Alright, theoretically what I should do is pause the game and send them both. What I'm going to do is I'm going to send the one on the diagonal first, and send this one here. We'll see who arrives first. Turn up the speed to 8. Well, we have a winner. Diagonals are really longer. I mean, it's possible, depending on how they coded it, to imagine that it wouldn't be like that. But since units can move, they aren't tied to a specific point. They can be on partial tiles and so on. Yeah. This doesn't feel like a lot of wood. Highlands. Well, that is a nice offer. I might take you up on that. I think for 2 players we need more wood. Either that or we need smaller islands, so you get the impression that you have more wood than you really do. So how are we going to do that? Oh, we're on nothing version 3 again. What I should do is just replace land %2 with 3. If it's tiny. I guess we can do that. Let's count how many occurrences we have that. We have 12 occurrences of that. We're going to replace land %2 with if tiny map land %3 %3 else land %2 and if. Yeah, there we go. I hope that didn't mess up anything anywhere else. Looks alright. Hey, trade is great. Alright, that looks better. That looks better. So that's a quarter of the efficiency. If they're traveling at half and collecting half as much. Alright, I think this size is fine. Let's go to media. It's a size 3. Alright. I mean, that's the idea here. Actually, so the one thing that's going to be different on this map from normal islands is it's going to have the neutral island's only going to have stone. And there's going to be less gold on the player lands in general to really encourage the trade. Well, I think it's 144 is the next size up, isn't it? Yeah. And because of the way units are centered, I always want 2 tiles off of it. Yeah. Oh, if trade cards only cost wood, and wood is cheap in the late game. We are missing a player. Wood is cheap in the late game. Or abundant is the right word, actually, not cheap. Alright, I think we can work with this. That looks fine. Then 4 players, which is... we were looking at before, 4 players should be fine. That's... the thing is that in Diplo games, the Fatoria is absolutely broken. I love using it, but it's way too many free resources. Well, free stone mainly, in a late game when there's no stone. Or if you have no allies, you still have gold. And you can just hide them in a corner and protect them with the stone that you're getting. Why is it wider at some places here? That was my favorite civ way back in the day. When I originally picked up the game, like the second game I played. Like defensive civ, yes please. Alright, large map. Well, my favorite civ currently, that's actually a good question. In ranked, I like playing Incas because they're a flexible eagle civ. And in a free-for-all, I'd probably take Portuguese, to be perfectly honest. Although, I also like the Lithuanians for the relic bonus, because always in free-for-alls I love stealing all the relics. Fast castle into grabbing the relics and walling. Fast castle into turtling and grabbing relics. Even though it wasn't a particularly fast castle ever. Let's move this so I can see. We need more players. We need more map size. Well, at this point, these lands are getting a bit small, aren't they? 6 players on a 6-player size. He's a bit rough with the wood. I think I know what we can do about that, but let's compare it to Highlands again. Alright, well, Islands has... I think I need to allow them closer to the edge. I think I need to allow them closer to the edge again. That's the problem with doing all this elevation shenanigans. It's costing us a lot of tiles. Alright, yeah, we need to be closer to the edge. So we'll do that. Yeah. Too many tabs open. Just also make sure that the docks are in the right places, so yeah. Else if small map. Else if medium map. And then we go else if large map, and now we take another peek at what we're doing and we say on a large map I think we reduce this down to 7 again, just to give players more space. better. I'm still seeing huge woodlines. Although huge woodlines aren't necessarily problematic. Let's keep the middle islands just a bit closer as well. Let's say like 32. I'll make the base size smaller on them. I'll make the base size real small on them. Something like that. The forests still seem huge to me. I guess 6-player just isn't that big for the map size. The other thing I can do, I suppose, there is actually just bump up this a bit more. Look at this forest! At this rate, someone's gonna be walled out from the water. Alright, maybe I reduce this by 1 point. Maybe I need to make even fewer. How close to the map edge are we? We can take it down another % either. Else, let's just do else for now. Look at these wood lines. Crazy. I think there's just less wood, or it's the number of clumps, and I need to up that again. But the clumps are merging. The problem is there isn't enough room for them. Or island just has less. I think it's the lost area. You know what? I have to allow them closer to the map edge. There's a room of 3. Spacing of 3. Let's see, a castle. That means there's not guaranteed to be room to put a castle on the outside. I did that on the other water map. Like, in general, I don't want to mess with stuff like that, but it's a consideration. It's an actual consideration for this. The spacing is already 3. Maybe if I... "13 matches, let's replace that with... We're gonna do that. The islands are just smaller. Or maybe it's the circle placement acting up. But I think the islands are just smaller. Because we're losing more terrain too. Weird though. It's real weird. If I put this on giant, how does that look? Huh. I need more clumps. I need more clumps. And bigger islands. Alright. Weird how you notice these things. Number of clumps 12. Count. Replace number of 12s. Clumps 12 with number of clumps 15. Replace all. Try now. That had a minor effect. I'll circle back to this. Let's do the other sizes. Let's try even bigger. Huge map is 220 or something like that as the size. Yeah, 220. So 218, 218, 218, something like that. In general, I mean, I'm not specifically, I don't find there's anything wrong with having huge wood lines on an islands map. But if they're this big, they might make it hard to get around. Or just allow wood right up to the coast. Maybe I do that. Maybe that'll do the trick. There's no reason it needs to stay away from the coast anyway, other than being less rangeable. Where's the castle? There's plenty of room to castle all over the place. Yeah, alright, let's adjust some more. Still not happy with this. Copy, paste, replace, find next, find next, find next. Alright, let's try now. That's a bit better. That's a bit better. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I need to make the islands even a bit bigger. If we give them another percent or two of space. Give them 40%. Maybe it's also the difference in behavior version. That's what's causing it. Because Islands uses the original behavior version. Okay, that has basically no effect. No, like this. That should make the lands bigger. Where the base size matters less and less the larger the land gets. They scale, maybe they scale better with the old behavior. That's a consideration here. Maybe I should just use the old behavior. 42. Yeah, now I actually like this. The look of this a bit better. Let's make sure it can't be dock blocked so well. Yeah, that's starting to look a bit more appropriate. I guess the islands were just getting too small. Eight players. If large map. I'll say huge map. Yeah, we just need to do lots of manual scaling here. 45, something like that. Because here again, we have huge forests. Huge forests. How close? Yeah. Do I just up the amount of land allocated by a lot? This is too close to the map edge, actually. Can't allow that. Alright. Let's up this to 7 again. And then we have to compare it to islands again. Look at this. Look at this forest. If we use the same seed on islands. Now these are pretty densely forested too, to be honest. Is it? Hello? Generate? Thank you. Okay, I mean, to be fair, these islands here are pretty small as well. And I am using the same seed, so that's also a good point. Let's try. Do I decrease the amount of forest again on the really big size? We even have some placeholder terrain that didn't get gotten rid of. Alright, that's a bit too large for my liking. I hope this isn't too boring. I could put on some different music. Also, we should finish up. It's getting late. What else do I have on my streaming playlist? Let's go play some nice Age of Empires soundtracks. I think they'll do. This is alright. Then we just get Giant and Ludicrous set up. So Giant is 240. He's 238, 238, 238. Now the corners are going to have more fish on big sizes. Not much I can do about that, that's just how it is. I think Giant looks fine. Ludicrous. Oh, I didn't set up the docks yet. It's 480, right? Yeah. I could tell the fish to avoid docks, and that's even a plausible thing, I would say. Like, you could imagine that Gaia already fished most of the fish away there. 478, right. Alright, Ludicrous looks good. Let's go back to 4 players. And let's do our fish. Even on 4 players, it's not that bad. I also allowed the forest to spawn a bit further out on the smaller sizes as well. That should be fine. So, we elite Cannon Galleon in the trade cog. We don't need, players are not going to start with the trade cog. So let's just speed things up and copy some stuff over. So player setup, land generation, we don't want color correction for now. Terrain generation. We can do actually. Do we really want the sandy beach look? Let's say no. I don't do sandy beach look, let me say, instead of desert, we put on we'll replace palm desert with say Mediterranean forest. Let's just replace it without forest. And then we replace desert with, say, grass 3. Although the tropical look was nice. Grass 3 looks a bit not so tropical. Maybe we'll replace that with DLC jungle grass. And then we replace forest. We're going to match the case and we're going to replace it with match case. When we find 12 instances, we replace it with jungle. Let's try something like that. I'll look to what we have now. No. No. Undo. Undo. You can see the forests better actually when we had the desert on. Alright, let's place the fish and be done with it. Let's do that. Trade winds, terrain mixing can happen later, connections. That would be if we did custom beaches, which I don't think we need here. What else could I do to decorate the Gaia area? I could put some Gaia fishing ships there. They would just get in the way though, or I could make them so they can be attacked. That's an interesting idea though. Let's fish out the corners, and then we put Gaia fishing ships there too. So we ignore all these on-grid placeholders. Like what I did on that map, I'll show. Yeah, I could make the fishing ships destroyable. Oh, I commented out something, it appears. Where did I add a comment? I got rid of it again. Yeah, I considered it. I mean, you can make things look really nice. It's a question of space, I suppose. What I could I fit in like a little seawall or something? I'd have to place more actor areas in the same places with specific radii. It would just make the trade a bit harder though. I could make Gaia guard the docks. I could just put like an advanced boarding galley. In each corner to guard the Gaia docks. That's the thought. Well, no, boarding galley. That also converts ships. But, let's... Town center, let's keep going. We need... For now, we're not going to add anything there just yet. Let's add everything else. So, seawall. It's just player objects. Regicide support. Grab all that. Cool, we'll do something like that. And then I think oak trees, I'm not going to give players an infinite oak tree. I will give players a relic, orange bush, stone, pig, goose, javelina, palm tree. More or less all of this can come over here. Max distance to players honestly doesn't matter here. Something like that. Alright, each player's got their dock. Orange bush is fine. How much gold do players get on islands? They get... Do they really only get 2 piles? I mean, this one is 7 tiles, and this is another 7 tiles. So they get 14 tiles. Is that true? I guess that's less than normal. Okay, it is only 14 tiles. Then I need to revise my other map as well, because there I'm giving players 3 times 5, which is 15. But I want them to trade, so that's dumb. I should give them 3 times 3 for 9. Let's also take a look at the stone while we're at it. That's a 5 tile and a 5 tile stone. 5 tile and a 5 tile stone. And with 4 players. They also get 5 tile and a 5 tile stone. I wonder if it was like that historically as well. I'm gonna check that in a moment. But okay, yeah, I'm giving 2 5 tile stones here, that's fine. But I want to give just as little gold here. So 3 groups of 3. Pig is fine. Goose is fine. Javelina is gonna be a boar. Palm tree can be placed on dirt 2. Palm tree can be placed on grass 3. And we're going to check something in a second. I'm not convinced in these oak forests either, but let's see. 1, 2, 3. I'm actually interested to see if that's really the resources that water maps had back in the day as well. So let's go. Classic. CL Islands. Alright, so Classic Islands, of course, produces beauties like this. Look at this. This is the Age of Empires 1 complete soundtrack. Age of Empires Definitive Edition 1. And I know that Twitch won't block it out later, which they would do if they used the Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition full soundtrack. Well, it does seem to be a 7 and a 5 tile gold. So 7 plus 5 is 12 gold. If I offer 9 gold, that's less. But we can... Look at this island, though. You can even sail across there. Also, these were the days of non-standard fish distributions. Which honestly looks more natural if you're not going for a map that needs to be competitively viable. If the classic maps really looked better, less competitive, but they looked more realistic. Okay. We need some fish. Man, we've come quite far from this. Alright, we don't want the oak forest here. That doesn't look good. We want... What's the constant for the Mediterranean forest? Is it just Mediterranean forest? Or the DLC? No, I need terrain sheet. Terrain sheet. It's Mediterranean forest. There's something on my clipboard. What is it? Oh, a whole bunch of code. We don't need that. Okay, let's go. Better. And is there any particular reason why these need to be grass 2? We'll make them grass 3 as well. I think that's acceptable, right? Except if I want to place forests on them. We'll think about those in a bit. Alright, we need fish. This palm tree also isn't being placed because it's supposed to be grass 3. Then we'll just place some more palm trees. Actually, we'll do the islands. We'll do those islands separately. Let's do fish first. Fish, fish, fish. Marlin, marlin, dorado. And we'll take the birds too. Ah, I don't have shorefish on this map. It's gonna be, what type of bird is it gonna be? DLC stork. Stork. Dorado is gonna be salmon. Salmon. Yes, exactly. Flood the map with eye candy and fish. Okay, right. We said we wanted the corners to not have fish. So what we're gonna do is we just give the docks an actor area and avoid that. Probably that's the easy way to do it. Actor area. Action even. No, let's give them an actor area. That way I can place things in the actor area if I need to. Actor area. What kind of radius is it going to be? 10. Area. Radius 10. We'll just do that for all of them. They can share an actor area. There we go. Avoid actor area 10. Wait, they're avoiding actor area 12. That's a distance to players 12. I don't need that. Access to other zones. We don't have shorefish yet. And we don't have eye candy yet. Just some testing to make sure this avoidance is really working. It's working, but the distance isn't big enough. We need that to be more like 18. There we go. No mega fish boom in the corners. Let's put some Gaia fishing ships there too. We do need to make it look nice. What? Oh, dumb. This is... Pretty sure it was 12 before. Yeah. We need some shorefish code as well from somewhere. Yeah, Gaia, fine. Oh, actually, I was actually gonna do. Or I was at least certainly considering it. I just need some shorefish code from some map that I use. Hyper random. Give me shorefish code. Oh my goodness. There we go, this here. Shorefish C. That's a good point. That's a good point. Maybe. Maybe not. But I should actually. That's a good point. I should scale it. Let's get our fish. Shorefish. There we go. Is that too frequent for shorefish? Shorefish gather slowly, so it's acceptable to put a lot of them on a map. Given that there's a fair amount of... No, it's a water map. There can be lots of shorefish. Alright, now Gaia Dock Guardians. So what we're going to do is we're going to do create object fishing ship. Do I have to place this for every player to make this work? I think I do. We basically need to use something like this, except it's going to be destroyable. So, set place for every player, set Gaia object only, set unconvertible, not indestructible. Ignoring terrain restrictions isn't necessary because it's a fishing ship. It doesn't need to have its own actor area. And it's going to be actor area 10. Well, that was slightly less successful than I hoped. There's some sort of problem with placing player objects in Gaia actor areas as well. Ignore terrain restrictions. Seriously? Okay. Why? Why not? Alright, what if I don't use set place for every player, given that it's a Gaia actor area, a neutral actor area? No. Oh my god, actor areas. Bane of my existence. Not really, but Umal Samim. Give me... I know that I did it there. When I placed those Gaia armies there, bandit camp, I created an actor area, then placed stuff in the actor area. That was a relic. Huh. I'm not sure what the issue is here. Once again. Why can I not place a fishing ship into Actor Area 10? But I can avoid Actor Area 10. And if I do that, no. Alright, I will not be defeated just yet. Let's just do a quick test. If I did something like this, just created another one there, and said that this one had a radius, needs to have a new name. Call that 12. I don't think I haven't used Actor Area 12 yet, right? We'll give that one a radius of 10. We are not using invisible placeholders yet. I'm not there yet. This was now Actor Area 12. There's a fishing ship. Was I just messing up and... Was I looking at the wrong... Place 12. No, the top, that makes sense. Number of objects, 3? 3 Gaia fishing ships? The answer is I don't know. But the reality is, for most things, that's the answer. All I can know is if they're tracking something, but what they plan on fixing is either confidential or something I don't know, which mostly is just stuff I don't know. Alright, so we can get some fishing ships there if we do this. He doesn't directly do that, I believe. Like, he did a lot of the music implementation for, like, the audio system. He is pretty knowledgeable. I think he did a lot of the excess stuff too, but... I can ask, or maybe we can achieve something there. Alright, I also have something I want to try. Pirate's boarding boat. There we go. Advanced boarding galley. Bam, that's what we need. You wanted Gaia defenders. Advanced boarding galley. Boarding boat or pirates? What should I call it? We'll call them pirates. Advanced boarding galley. ATTR name ID. Pirates. In reality, it probably wouldn't be profitable to go trade there anyway, but like one boarding galley just as a thematic thing I think I can do. And it will convert your ships if you go too close to it. Advanced boarding galley. Ha! No. No, we can't do that. Actually, I don't know what would happen there if the new one would still be Gaia unconvertible. That might not carry over. You know what? Should we try that and see what happens? I'm in an experimental mood. Let's do that. What's the ID? The ID for that is ATTR dead ID. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I suspect maybe I'll get control over the boarding galley. All right, let's do tiny. There we go. And let's make it realistic. Let's say I was in feudal age. How does is the Mayans is fine. Feudal age is Mayans. Let's see. These classic one-player start. Well, I could do this in a hot tub. I don't have a hot tub though, so I actually can't do it in a hot tub. Oh, well, we only have... Oops, I only did it for the medium size. Actually, we can fix that. Give me a second. Fix that. I'll just get a hot tub and everything will be fixed. I only had it on the medium size. Now, is there a galley? Okay, now we get to start complaining that it's there, that it's missing, and we realize they wrote 1,118. Just building up the suspense here. A local YMCA. Don't have one nearby. Pirates. I should change the icon too. Well, we need to look up a nice icon for that. Alright. I guess... Go. Did I not? Come on, run faster. I typed it wrong, didn't I? There we go. Give me like a galley, a trade cog. Some more galleys. Alright, couple houses. There we go. slow. Let's do normal speed. Send in one galley. Fishing ship. Did I put... Oh. Let me just quickly check. Did I make these things unattackable? Against morning alley. No, it should be okay. Pirates. Alright, so I can kill them. The aggro radius on these Gaia ships seems to be small. They're not aggressive until you attack them, at which point they convert you. Good thing I have a large supply of galleys ready. Alright, the converted ships do attack you. The boarding galley doesn't. Does it actually... It runs away while it doesn't have charge. Alright, let's burn down this one so that I... Yeah, of course, it's a boarding galley. It converts. I should call it boarding galley though instead of pirates. I think that... boarding boat. Let's call it that instead. I think that's more clear to a random pro who has no idea what's going on. I attacked it. Alright, so let's try this again. We have a galley. We're going to put it on no attack stance and just surf around. The thing is, it has no range. Alright, if I just sort of sail past it, not interested. If I attack the fishing ship, then it says... The thing is, you can't move away. You're just screwed at this point because it's grappled it's boarding your ship. But it has like a faith meter, right? It can't convert me now. It's a bit gimmicky. Might be too easy to cheese in the end. Alright, now we need to actually kill it to trigger the death thing and see what happens there. Shit, it's converting me. Got it. That's what I suspected what would happen. Don't think I have enough faith. I can't convert for some reason. Oh, did I make... Oh, I made them unconvertible. That shouldn't apply to converting. In any case, the dead ID thing doesn't work because it spawns a one that the player receives. So that we can't have. The other thing we can try is instead of doing the advanced boarding galley, we can just try the standard boarding galley at 535. I think it just has worse stats. Boarding boat. Yeah, it just has less armor. The thing is, if you don't attack it, I don't think it does anything. It's a fun idea. Probably what I need to do is actually give Gaia galleys. Well, I'd have to make it equal to a dead saboteur, right? Otherwise... Otherwise, they wouldn't explode. That's the issue I see here. Give us some ships. Alright, give me houses. Alright, let's try to. Let's say we have a fishing ship. If I just go scout past here, will the boat mind? What? This is a fishing ship. Why can I even... Why do I even get the attack cursor? I can't attack. Alright, next. Transport ship. I find this fishing ship with the attack cursor interesting. Alright. No attacking. Let's try a trade cog. I think this is a problem. The boarding ships are unused units for a reason. That I can just trade in peace. So, next test. If I put this guy on no attack stance and just sail around. Yeah, no. If I put him on aggressive, though. Oh god, he doesn't have a hit bar. He doesn't have an HP bar either. A lot of boats have that, though. That's just it. Oh my goodness. It's fun in theory, doesn't really work out. I could give Gaia galleys. Because then what happens? That's the only thing that could work. I mean, you just kite them away anyway, right? Then you... I could just put heavy demolition ships chilling here. Actually, I know, I want another galley, please. Just, you can even see its faith here. Let's see if it's, once its faith is recharged. If I go chill here, it doesn't help. If I attack this, it also doesn't assist. It only assists if I attack the fishing ships. So, what are we gonna do? Fun as this is, I don't think... I think the boarding ship is too gimmicky. Either of them. I could put normal galleys there, but to what end? I think I just leave the fishing ships there. I mean, I could put a monk. Right, if I just put some like a priest on top of the dock. Well, okay. Fine, let's do it. Let's do it, since we're messing around like crazy anyway. This is dock number 2, I think. Let's make it a monk. Monk. Don't make it indestructible. I don't think it's really necessary though, because it's not like trade will be overpowered in the early game. This will convert stuff though. Alright, we need... You know, I just need how... Oh, I put myself in feudal, fair enough. Alright, what are we going to send in first? Let's send in a transport ship first. Alright. The monk does not, in fact, care about the transport ship in the least. Let's see if he cares about the fishing ship. We know that they convert villagers. Not sure why he's not converting. Huh. Don't Gaia units normally convert? When I'm out of a Gaia army, I don't think I'm doing anything more than this. Do I need to do set Gaia aggressive or something like that? That doesn't exist. Quick, give me a hint. What am I missing? Second object, set Gaia unconvertible. Huh. I feel like... Gaia monks actually convert villagers normally. Why are they not doing it now? I mean, if I attack the fishing ship, the monk doesn't care. Okay, the monk actually doesn't care. Maybe it's trying to go for a relic. That's weird, though. Why is it not doing that? Because we've seen that on other maps. There's something very weird where Gaia can attack itself. There's something very weird. We've seen this in real games too, though. Should we spawn the monk on land? We're getting very sidetracked here, by the way. But yeah, it's very weird where it's already targeting something, so it doesn't change that. Alright, send in the villagers. Send in the Eagle Scout on no attack stance. Yeah, easy. Now he waits around until his faith is recharged. I have enough of you. Now these villagers have suddenly decided to attack this one. I did not tell them to. They just did that. And they can't attack it now. Look at this. Yeah, the monk is trying to walk somewhere. He's trying to pick up the relic, maybe. I don't know, there were some weird things going on right there. There's definitely potential to have some sort of Gaia army. Yeah, villagers, we've noticed that on other maps too, that villagers sometimes can't attack certain Gaia units. Yeah. Alright. I think on this map, honestly, given that the monk doesn't convert, what kind of unit should I put on the dock? Like a merchant, right? Let's make a merchant. Merchant. Oh, what's it called? There's an object called a merchant. Merchant. Looks like a king. Merchant dead. 1572 is a merchant. We're not gonna have a boarding galley. 1572. Merchant 1572. Maybe we could have some sort of other boat that just looks nice. Like a junk. We could even make... Yeah, it should be unconvertible. We'll do that. Actor area to place into. We could just put a different person in each corner too. Like a merchant, an envoy. An envoy is a hero like cavalry, maybe not. Envoy dead. Trade. Put a merchant in each corner for now. And then we need to finish the eye candy and I need to get to bed. Let's go 3, 4, something like that. Got a couple merchants. We're gonna do our fishing ships. And we want Gaia fishing ships, so we want an 11. We're gonna want one in 13. We're gonna want one in 14. We do not want the advanced boarding galley. Then we need something like this, which is essentially just a bunch of copy-paste work. Is that a tab? Yeah. Create actor area. Oh. called that one 12. Do I have a 12, 13, 14? Yeah, those are the ones I just made it. Yeah. But we also need this one copied. Alright, let's do a bit of copy paste work, and then we can do a bit more eye candy and finish up things. 14, 10. There. No, don't do that. We made some interesting discoveries, but this Gaia stuff is a bit... There's some interesting quirks going on there. Alright. 13, 14. Let's just see if it works, and then we'll do the other sizes. Yeah, there's a merchant there. That looks fine too. Oh, the dock is always the same orientation, so the merchant always looks fine. Will... Oh, I need to try this. Will my ships attack the merchant? Do I need to give him, like, infinite HP and health regen? Do I need to upgrade him from a wall? Yeah, I do kill the merchant. I'm not sure what Gaia unit I can put there that I wouldn't attack. I know walls don't get auto-attacked. But for units... I don't know. I think it's okay if the merchant gets attacked. Alright. No, I'm attacking this one. Merchant. Alright. Let's do the other sizes. Now, if this works. Then we need to add some more candy. Candy for the eyes. Try to give the merchant some carpets too. Some rugs. Oh, I should scale the size of the thing based on map size. So on medium we said 10, so let's just go, 12, 12, 12, 15, 15, 15. Like that. We'll make that I don't want them horribly far away from the dock either, though. Something like that, yeah. Because that will scale the fish avoidance. Alright. Docks are done. What else can we do? Merchant, merchant, dock, merchant, merchant, dock. Fishing ship. Player objects. All the player's resources. Before we do the fish, we need to do the central islands. So we have an island with land ID 1 and an island with land ID 2. Now we're gonna create object relic. Place on specific land ID 1. Yeah. And any other details for that, or is it just... is that enough information? That might be enough information. I think so. Then we'll put some stones there too. Fewer trees. Shipwrecks. Ooh, shipwrecks. We're not doing shipwrecks. I could do shipwrecks. Let's put the relic in the middle of the island. Then we need some stone on it. Let's take a quick look at how much stone Islands has. It has 2 tiles on the little island, but the amount of stone there gets larger. I think I'm going to put more than that. Put three tiles of stone on this one. Create object. We can grab the stone code from before. Let's say we had this. Number of objects 3. 1 group. Set type grouping. Access to other zones 2. Min distance group placement. Yeah. Void forest zone. Sure, we don't have that. We don't have a forest zone. Something like that. Place on specific land ID. On land ID 1, yeah. I mean, how much stone is in this? Each of these is 350, so that's 1 more castle and a bit more. There needs to be enough reward, and it's a strategic position to hold, I suppose. Let's make it number of objects 2, number of groups 2. Something like that. Number of objects 2, number of groups 2. Temp and distance group placement 8. And then we need some trees on that island. And we'll put those on, not set place for every player, but place on specific land ID 1. Something like that. That's too many. We have 5 there and like 3 there. Maybe some scaling to map size. Set scale to set scaling to map size. Something like that. And then we have only one group on Tiny. Alright, that stays as one group. So 2 groups there will make this. Cool, I think we can work with that. So then if we have 3 players, we need to do the second island. Which is going to contain more stone but less no relic. Yeah, basically. Something like that. Why have my stone piles suddenly multiplied? There are 2 of them there. I guess it's dependent on how much room there is. On each respective island. I'm fine with that. Fine with allowing that. Alright, what other eye candy do we need? We could put shipwrecks. Could put shipwrecks in the middle. seeing the stone does tell you that you're on a neutral island, but let's face it, people wouldn't normally realize that anyway. Although maybe I should put the stone only in the middle. Let's compare again to okay, there we then have more stone. Let's add a bit of terrain mixing and then we'll be done, I think. I think so. Save. Where am I going to copy some terrain mixing code? Not from there. Not from there. Give me some sort of map that I... CN at... Alright, perfect. Then we just need some terrain mixing code. Actually, let's try a different one. What map is really typical? Coastal Beaches is the one. Is a nice, very typical map. It was essentially coastal before people said, oh, the water is too unbalanced. Then I had to make it even more balanced. Terrain mixing. Something like that. Terrain. Well, there's no reason why it actually can't be the very end of the terrain section. Grass 3. Not dirt 2, what else can we do? Great terrain, DLC dry grass. And dirt, just try something like that. Am I creating a bunch of tiny patches? I don't want a bunch of tiny patches. Oh, we don't want a base layer. Base terrain. Ice. Base terrain. There we go. Now we just don't want snow. We were gonna do DLC dry. Grass, something like that. And instead of ice, we'll do dirt. We wanted to do dirt. That's actually... Here's the forest amount suddenly explodes. But I'm fine with that. Alright, I think we're done. At least with the first draft of this. I suppose I should take a peek at how it looks on Ludicrous. Well, ridiculous amount of stone, of course, in the middle. I think the 10 trees also need to scale to map size. And then they just need to be fewer. That's too many, so we'll make that. Now, interestingly, I am not providing straggler trees here. And I am allowing these trees to be real close to players at the start. That's something I shouldn't do. Mid-distance players. 8. Alright. No. I think that's done for now. What other plans? Maybe tomorrow I'll do the thing I want to make a huge Gaia city to fight in. That's gonna run into all kinds of actor area and Gaia unit issues, but that's maybe something for tomorrow. I think for today, I'm basically done. Yeah. If you want to test, I didn't put in, in the end there's only a merchant and he doesn't convert your ships. I think I'm gonna go to bed, but if you want to test, I can send you the file. Or I could play like one game. No, I think I need to go to bed. I think I actually do need to go to bed. I don't know, it's kind of late. It's tempting, but I think another day. This map was the one I was working on stream last year that I never finished. That's definitely one I want to revive. Maybe with some of the new scripting stuff I can add some more tricks that weren't possible before. Playtest army. I feel like a map that's relatively standard doesn't need as much playtesting. But it can never hurt. It's always good. Always nice to see. Something might be discovered that's interesting. I wonder if I should just submit this. Finish it, submit it. It's not remotely balanced, and it's never gonna be. This is true, actually. You can have bugs like that, and playtesting will discover those. You have found quite a few in my maps. Oh, suddenly, whoops! Looks like there's no king in Regicide. What else do I have on offer that I was working on? Mangrove Ring is empty. Meander, I don't think I ever got very far. That was sort of a test, but nah. Plate Teutonics. Mountains is empty. Possibly. If I have time, I would be down for that. I feel like sometimes UI is a bit unresponsive here. Anyway. Thank you for staying around. It's always more entertaining when there's someone at least paying attention part of the time. More entertaining for me to do it like this. Let's put on an overlay like that one, which still shows the chat. It's good. Alright. Thanks for joining. True. Yeah, you too.